In the heart of a kingdom where twilight embraced the edges of every dream, a gentle hush fell over a realm suspended between wonder and sorrow. Under a vast indigo sky peppered with ancient stars, a solitary castle stood, a silent sentinel, in a world that had long forgotten the language of hope. Its high, ivy-clad walls held secrets of love and loss, whispering tales of a time when magic still danced upon the winds. Tonight, the castle beckoned to those willing to listen, offering a promise of solace amidst the darkness. Inside these weathered stone corridors, a soft glow emerged as if the very air was infused with a quiet yearning. Here, within the echoing silence of history, lived a young woman whose beauty was as fragile as it was ethereal. Snow White was not merely a princess of legend. She was the embodiment of every secret longing, every unspoken desire for renewal. Her porcelain skin, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, and eyes deep with unspoken stories, held the bittersweet weight of solitude and the unyielding hope for connection. On this night, as the wind whispered mournful ballads through the treetops, and the moon painted silver shadows upon the castle's ancient stones, Snow White stood before a vast mirror, a portal to her inner world. The mirror, a relic of forgotten enchantments, did more than reflect her physical form. It revealed the tumult of her soul. Within its silvery depths, she saw not only the face of a beautiful maiden, but also the echoes of her inner conflicts, the constant struggle between the radiant promise of new beginnings and the dark specter of despair. The mirror's reflection was a silent reminder of the battle that raged within her. For as long as she could remember, Snow White had grappled with the overwhelming weight of isolation. Despite the gilded halls and tender care bestowed upon her by those who adored her, a lingering emptiness gnawed at her spirit. It was as if her heart had been woven from both light and shadow, destined to forever navigate the narrow path between hope and heartbreak. Her inner turmoil found its roots in memories of a life once touched by wonder, now shrouded in the bittersweet mists of loss. In the quiet solitude of her private moments, she recalled the laughter of days long past, when the world was a tapestry of vibrant colors and every sunrise promised a future brimming with possibility. Yet those days were like fragile dreams, slipping away with the relentless march of time. Now, in the stillness of the night, she felt the weight of every unmet desire, every silent tear that had shaped her destiny. But tonight, the stillness was punctuated by a shift, a subtle yet profound disturbance in the air. As the ancient clock in the grand hall chimed its somber tune, Snow White felt a stirring deep within her, as if the very essence of her being was awakening to an unforeseen possibility. It was a moment of reckoning, a time when the boundaries between past and future blurred beneath the haunting glow of the moon. In that fleeting heartbeat, the shadows that had long haunted her seemed to quiver with anticipation, as if aware that destiny was about to unfurl its mysterious wings. Outside, the winds carried the scent of rain, a promise of renewal amid decay. The storm that brewed in the distance was not merely a meteorological event. It was a metaphor for the tempest within her soul. Each drop of rain that kissed the castle's ancient stones echoed the soft patter of her unspoken fears. And yet, in that very cadence, there lay a strange, unyielding beauty. It was the sound of life itself, raw, unfiltered, and achingly human. As she moved gracefully toward the window, her eyes met the vast expanse of the night. And in that moment, Snow White embraced the duality of her existence. The mirror, no longer, held the sorrow of isolation, but instead offered a glimpse into the infinite possibilities of transformation. It was here, amid the murmuring winds and the luminous glow of distant stars, that she vowed to reclaim her own narrative. No longer would she be a passive spectator to the whims of fate. Instead, she would become the heroine of her own epic, a tale of passion, resilience, and an unwavering belief in the redemptive power of love. In the quiet solitude of that enchanted night, Every heartbeat was a defiant whisper against the encroaching darkness. The castle, with all its storied grandeur, seemed to come alive with a renewed sense of purpose. It was as if the very walls, having witnessed centuries of joy and despair, now resonated with the promise of rebirth. And so, with a deep, steadying breath, Snow White stepped away from the mirror, leaving behind the reflection of her past self. In its place emerged a newfound determination, a resolve to venture forth into the unknown, to challenge the forces that sought to keep her bound in solitude. This was the moment of transformation, the turning point where the ancient tales of sorrow and despair gave way to a stirring hope. The echoes of a forgotten love, potent and bittersweet, began to weave themselves into the fabric of her destiny. The silent promise of the night became a beacon, a call to those lost in the labyrinth of their own hearts. And as the first drops of rain began to fall, mingling with the tears of her own quiet revelation, Snow White embraced her journey into the depths of both darkness and light. In that breathtaking interplay of shadow and radiance, the story of a timeless romance was set to unfold, a narrative as old as time yet as fresh as the dew upon a midnight bloom. The stage was now prepared for a tale that would capture hearts, ignite imaginations, and leave an indelible mark on every soul it touched. And so, beneath the luminous gaze of the eternal heavens, the journey began. A journey of love, mystery, and the relentless pursuit of redemption. High atop a gentle hill, the magical kingdom unfurled like a living tapestry woven by the hands of time and fate. Under a sky that shimmered with an endless array of twilight hues, the palace rose gracefully, a majestic edifice of ivory and gold, its spires reaching toward the heavens as if in silent supplication. Lush gardens burst forth in a riot of colors, where rare blossoms mingled with dewy ferns and ancient trees whispered secrets of old. Every corner of this enchanted realm seemed touched by a soft, eternal light that bathed the land in a dreamlike glow. The palace gardens, meticulously arranged, yet wild in spirit, were a symphony of nature. Ivy clung tenderly to stone walls, and the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle danced in the air. Fountains, carved from marble and adorned with intricate bas-reliefs, gushed crystal-clear water that sparkled like liquid starlight. Pathways, lined with cobblestones polished by centuries of footsteps, led visitors on winding journeys through lush courtyards and secret alcoves. In every gentle breeze that rustled the leaves, there was an echo of a bygone era, a time when magic and wonder were as common as the air one breathed. Within the heart of this idyllic realm resided the queen, a figure of both regal splendor and tender vulnerability. Clad in gowns that flowed like silver streams and crowned with jewels reminiscent of the night sky, she was the embodiment of grace. Yet beneath the layers of sumptuous finery and the poise demanded by her station, the queen harbored a secret longing, a yearning as deep as the vast starlit night. Late in the quiet hours, when the palace corridors lay hushed and the only sound was the soft murmur of the wind and distant waters, the queen would retreat to her private sanctuary, a hidden chamber lined with ancient texts, delicate portraits, and memories of a time when her heart beat with unbridled hope. There, by the light of a solitary candle, she would pen her innermost thoughts on parchment. Her quill, as if guided by unseen forces, traced words that revealed the depths of her soul. In these whispered confessions, the queen spoke of an emptiness that no amount of riches or accolades could ever fill. Despite the opulence that surrounded her, a part of her remained achingly barren, a void yearning for the tender warmth of a child's laughter and the soft murmur of a tiny heartbeat. Even amidst the splendor of my kingdom, she would write, I feel the chill of solitude that only the love of a child can dispel. Her words, imbued with both longing and melancholy, spoke of dreams deferred and a destiny that seemed forever out of reach. She recalled memories of her youth, moments when hope was as vivid as the first blush of dawn. Back then, every sunrise had promised a future rich with possibility. and every whispered breeze had carried the scent of new beginnings. Yet, as the years passed, the joyful promise of those early days faded into the silent, unyielding reality of regal duty. Now, in the midst of lavish feasts and grand ceremonies, the Queen's heart ached with the absence of something truly irreplaceable, a legacy of life that would embody her love and light. The Queen's yearning was not born of mere vanity or the desire for adornment. It was a call from the very depths of her being. She longed for the sound of gentle giggles in the marbled halls, for the delicate touch of tiny hands that could transform the vast loneliness of a palace into a home filled with laughter and love. It was a desire as natural and profound as the cycles of the moon and the ever-changing tides of the enchanted lake that lay beyond the palace grounds. Each night, as the full moon rose and bathed the kingdom in its silvery glow, the Queen would stand upon her balcony, gazing out at the endless horizon. In that luminous moment, her eyes, bright with both hope and sorrow, searched the darkness for a sign, a whisper from the fates. "Guide me," she silently implored, "to the promise of a new dawn, where I might cradle the future in my arms." The echo of her silent prayer mingled with the night's gentle murmur, carried on the wings of the wind to realms unseen. Her thoughts often wandered to the possibility of a child, a symbol of rebirth and a bridge between the ethereal beauty of her past dreams and the stark reality of her present. In that fragile vision, she saw herself cradling a newborn, feeling an overwhelming sense of purpose, as if the child were the missing piece of her soul. It was not merely the desire for progeny, but rather the hope of forging a legacy that would transcend the ephemeral glories of the mortal world. Amid the vibrant gardens and opulent halls, the Queen's heart pulsed with a bittersweet rhythm, a delicate interplay of joy and despair. Her world, resplendent with wonder, was paradoxically marked by an intrinsic solitude. It was this duality that defined her, a ruler of a realm bathed in magic and light, yet haunted by a profound, unfulfilled longing. And so, every petal that unfurled in the palace gardens and every star that shimmered in the nocturnal canopy bore silent witness to her secret desire, a desire that would, in time, set in motion events destined to change the fate of the kingdom forever. In that moment of quiet introspection, the Queen knew that her yearning was both her greatest vulnerability and her most potent strength, for it was within the depths of her longing that she found the courage to imagine a future filled with boundless love, a future where the legacy of her heart would blossom into something eternal, a legacy that would echo throughout the ages as the gentle refrain of hope. Under a luminous sky streaked with the soft hues of dawn, the palace's grand halls resonated with hushed anticipation. It was in this very moment, when the boundaries between night and day blurred into a gentle promise, that the kingdom bore witness to a miracle that would forever alter the course of fate. In the heart of the enchanted palace, amidst a delicate cascade of shimmering light and tender whispers of ancient lore, Snow White was born. The gentle chime of the palace bells marked her arrival, each resonant note echoing through marble corridors and stirring the hearts of all who listened. As if nature itself rejoiced, the morning mist lifted to reveal a newborn cradled in a velvet swath of pristine white linens. Her skin, soft and unblemished like freshly fallen snow, seemed to capture the very essence of winter's purity. In contrast, her ebony hair, dark as the midnight sky, cascaded in silky waves that framed her delicate face, while her lips, tinted with the tender blush of a blooming rose, held the promise of untold tales and heartfelt whispers. A hush fell over the royal chamber as the midwives and courtiers gathered in awe, each silently marveling at the vision before them. The Queen, with eyes glistening with a mix of joy and longing fulfilled, cradled her daughter with a reverence born of years spent yearning for this single, luminous moment. In that instant, the weight of solitude that had haunted her heart for so long was swept away by an overwhelming tide of hope and love. Every tear that had once been shed in quiet solitude was replaced by the radiant glow of new beginnings. The kingdom, too, shared in this jubilant moment. From the highest turrets of the palace to the hidden corners of lush, winding gardens, the news of the princess's birth spread like a tender ballad on the breeze. Townsfolk and nobles alike adorned their days with a renewed sense of purpose, their hearts buoyed by the promise that now shone like a beacon over the land. The birth of Snow White was more than a mere event. It was a covenant, a whispered vow that even in the face of life's inevitable trials, beauty and hope would endure. In the days that followed, the palace was transformed into a haven of celebration and wonder. Every corridor glimmered with garlands of fragrant blossoms, while golden light streamed through stained glass windows, painting the halls in vibrant mosaics of color. Minstrels and poets were commissioned to craft ballads that would capture the delicate grace and eternal promise of the new princess. The echoes of these creations mingled with the soft rustle of silken tapestries and the gentle murmur of the palace's ancient fountains, creating a symphony that was both timeless and profoundly moving. Yet beneath the surface of this jubilation lay an unspoken promise, a promise that the life of Snow White, though destined to be steeped in wonder, would also be a journey of trials and revelations. In her innocent eyes glimmered the light of a future uncharted, a realm where every smile and every tear would weave together into a tapestry of destiny. Her arrival signified not only the fulfillment of the queen's deepest yearning, but also the commencement of a saga where courage, love, and resilience would be tested in the crucible of time. Every whispered prayer of gratitude from the queen, every silent wish for a future filled with love and laughter, resonated deeply with the heartbeat of the kingdom. For in the birth of this remarkable child, there lay an intrinsic promise of transformation, a promise that the magic of dreams, long held in the quiet recesses of the palace, was now taking form. The fragile, yet unyielding bond between mother and daughter was forged in that most sacred of moments, a bond destined to propel both of them towards a future where the light of love would triumph over the encroaching shadows. As the days turned into weeks, the palace became a living testament to this newfound hope. The corridors echoed with the soft coos and gentle laughter of a child whose very presence seemed to dispel the lingering melancholy that once cloaked the royal household. Snow White's delicate features and radiant innocence were a mirror to the dreams of her mother, a constant reminder that even amidst the grandeur of regal duty, the true essence of life lay in the simple, heartfelt moments of love and connection. Every glimmering sunrise and every tender dusk, the kingdom was reminded of the promise that had been so long awaited. Snow White's birth was not merely the beginning of a life, but the dawn of a legacy woven with threads of courage, hope, and the enduring power of a mother's love. And as the enchanted halls of the palace cradled this promise, the kingdom, too, held its breath in anticipation of the adventures and challenges that lay ahead, each one destined to shape the destiny of a princess who was as extraordinary as the dreams that birthed her. Thus, in the gentle embrace of that fateful dawn, a story of wonder, passion, and eternal hope was set into motion, a story that would carry the hearts of its people, inviting them to believe once more in the transformative power of dreams. In the quiet corridors of the palace, where echoes of laughter from bygone eras mingled with the soft patter of rain on ancient stone, the absence of one irreplaceable figure cast a long, somber shadow over the realm. The king, once a vibrant force of compassion and joy, now moved through life with a profound sense of loss. His eyes, once bright with the promise of a shared future, now shimmered with the delicate sorrow of memories that could never be reclaimed. Each day, as he carried out his royal duties, a piece of his heart remained hidden away, a secret chamber where grief and tenderness intermingled in equal measure. After the untimely loss of his beloved queen, the king found himself in a silent struggle between duty and the aching solitude that permeated the vast halls of the palace. Despite the opulence and splendor that surrounded him, The void left by her absence could not be filled by the grandeur of his kingdom. Instead, it was in the soft, innocent smile of his newborn daughter, Snow White, that he sought solace, a fragile beacon of hope amid the lingering despair. Every morning, as the first light of dawn seeped through the high, arched windows, the king would gently lift Snow White from her slumber. Her delicate features, untouched by the harshness of a world without her mother, radiated a purity that stirred a bittersweet pride within him. In those tender moments, he saw both the joy of her arrival and the poignant reminder of the love he had once known. His arms, weathered by years of duty and loss, cradled her with a protective fierceness born of deep, unspoken longing. Snow White's childhood unfolded like a carefully painted fresco, rich with vibrant hues of innocence and tender care. In the palace gardens, she would chase after shimmering butterflies that flitted like fleeting dreams among the dew-kissed blooms. Her laughter, light and pure as the tinkling of distant bells, echoed through the corridors and spilled into the courtyard, momentarily dispelling the melancholic air that often hung over the royal residence. The loyal attendants, who had long tended to the needs of the late queen, now embraced the role of surrogate family with gentle kindness. They wove stories of ancient lore and whispered secrets of the enchanted lands beyond the palace walls, nurturing in Snow White a sense of wonder that promised both delight and mystery. Yet, beneath the playful gaiety of her daily frolics lay subtle hints of change, a quiet undercurrent that whispered of the inevitable passage of time. As Snow White grew, the once carefree days of her infancy transformed into moments of thoughtful reflection and emerging resilience. The once unburdened laughter began to mingle with a curious glint in her eyes, as if she were already learning that life's beauty was interwoven with bittersweet trials. In the soft glow of twilight, when the palace corridors turned to hues of gold and amber, she would often be found seated by a grand window, gazing out at the sprawling kingdom with an expression that belied her tender age. It was in these moments that the shadows of the past and the promises of the future converged within her, hinting at a destiny more profound than even the most cherished fairy tales. The king, too, felt this stirring change, a delicate balance between pride and apprehension. His love for Snow White was an unyielding force, a balm to his wounded soul, yet it also bore the weight of the unspoken truth that life, in all its splendor, was not without its cruelties. He watched her grow with both hope and a quiet melancholy, aware that the same innocence that now danced in her eyes might one day confront the harsh realities of a world marred by loss and longing. In the quiet hours of the night, when the palace was draped in the soft lullaby of crickets and the gentle rustle of silk, the king would whisper silent prayers for his daughter, prayers that sought to shield her from the sorrow that had once consumed him, and to guide her steps along the delicate path between joy and sorrow. It was in these hushed moments that the king's inner turmoil found its most genuine expression, a poignant blend of love, pride, and an ever-present tinge of regret. He recalled the tender days of his youth, when hope was a vibrant flame, burning fiercely against the encroaching dark. Now, as he held Snow White close, he vowed to preserve that flame, to nurture her with every ounce of his strength and wisdom. The palace, with its ancient stones and whispering walls, bore silent witness to this intimate promise, a covenant between a father and his daughter, destined to forge a future filled with light, even as shadows lingered at the edges. In the heart of the palace, where the fragrance of roses mingled with the somber notes of grief and hope, the story of a solitary king and his cherished daughter unfolded, a story of profound loss, tender love, and the promise of new beginnings. And as the years would pass, the tender memories of these early days would become the foundation upon which a legacy of resilience and wonder was built, echoing through the corridors of time with the timeless refrain of hope. Under a silken twilight sky, as the kingdom slowly embraced the uncertain promise of a new era, an enigmatic presence swept into the palace like a shadow cloaked in luxury. The corridors, once filled with the gentle hum of familiar voices, and the soft rustle of silken tapestries now whispered in a cautious hush. This was the moment when the new queen made her entrance. A vision of sublime beauty, tempered by a mysterious, unsettling aura that seemed to hint at secrets buried deep within her soul. Clad in a gown of midnight velvet that shimmered with each graceful step, the queen exuded an air of refined sophistication. Her dress, intricately embroidered with silver filigree that mimicked the patterns of frost on ancient window panes, embraced her slender figure as if it were a second skin. Every detail of her ensemble spoke of royalty and impeccable taste, a harmonious blend of delicate artistry and the silent command of authority. Yet, for all the elegance and meticulous grace, there was an undeniable chill in her gaze. Her eyes, a striking shade of ice blue, held a depth that hinted at a turbulent past and a future laden with ambition and quiet malevolence. As she glided through the grand foyer, the flickering candlelight seemed to bow in her presence, casting long, wavering shadows that danced around her like dark spirits. The opulent hall, with its soaring arches and time-worn murals depicting epic tales of yore, now felt imbued with an unfamiliar tension. Every step the queen took resonated like a measured note in a somber symphony, a melody of power and mystery that unsettled the heart, even as it captivated the senses. The courtiers and attendants, long accustomed to the gentle regality of the previous era, could not help but exchange furtive glances as they beheld their new sovereign. The palace staff, whose lives had been a quiet tapestry of service and discreet loyalty, now found themselves divided between whispered praises and cautious skepticism. Murmurs of admiration filled the air, compliments on her poised demeanor, the enchanting allure of her presence, and the impeccable artistry of her attire. Yet, beneath the surface of these well-mannered accolades lay a current of unspoken wariness. A few eyes, shadowed in the dim light of the ancient corridors, betrayed the seeds of doubt. They had seen in her an inscrutable glimmer, a subtle hint of treachery woven into her mesmerizing smile. It was not long before the new queen began her reign by asserting her influence over the intricate dynamics of the court. With a measured grace that belied a steely resolve, she addressed the assembled nobles and servants alike. Her voice, smooth and commanding, carried through the marble halls with the promise of change. She spoke of unity, of a future built on renewed strength and a collective vision for the kingdom. Yet, as she spoke, there was an undercurrent in her tone, a barely perceptible chill that suggested the consolidation of power was not to be achieved through mere benevolence. It was as if she were casting a spell over the assembly, inviting them to share in her dreams while silently calculating the cost of their loyalty. The impact of her arrival was felt in every corner of the palace. In the secluded wings where the old portraits hung in silent testimony to generations past, loyal servants whispered among themselves about the uncanny aura of the queen. Some recalled faint legends of a ruler who could command both beauty and darkness, a sovereign whose gentle exterior concealed a heart capable of extraordinary ambition and perhaps unspeakable cruelty. These murmurs, though hushed, began to weave themselves into the fabric of the court's collective memory, coloring every interaction with an air of cautious vigilance. In the lush inner gardens, where the gentle rustling of leaves and the delicate fragrance of blooming roses once evoked only serenity, an unsettling tension now stirred. Even the natural world seemed to react to her presence. The winds carried a sharper edge, and the play of light through the foliage took on a more ominous quality. It was as though the entire kingdom sensed that the equilibrium had shifted, ushering, in an era where beauty and elegance were shadowed by the specter of hidden motives and unforeseen consequences. Within the queen's private chambers, away from the prying eyes of the court, the first intimations of her inner world emerged. In the solitude of a grand, mirror-lined room draped in dark velvet, she allowed herself a moment of introspection. Here, under the watchful gaze of her own reflection, she revealed the true essence of her ambition, a desire to mold the future of the kingdom in her image, no matter the personal cost. Her eyes, now far less guarded, glimmered with an unsettling mix of determination and longing. The flickering candlelight danced across her features, emphasizing the delicate balance between vulnerability and the steely resolve of a ruler who would stop at nothing to secure her legacy. Thus, in the quiet before the inevitable storm, the palace was transformed. The entrance of the new queen marked not only a change in leadership, but the onset of an era shrouded in both wonder and trepidation. As the candle flames flickered and the ancient stones of the castle bore silent witness, it became clear that beneath the alluring veneer of grace lay a tumult of ambition, mystery, and a dark promise of what was to come. Every heart in the kingdom now beat with a mix of admiration, apprehension, and an unspoken understanding that the course of destiny was shifting inexorably toward a future as unpredictable as it was enchanting. In the soft glow of early morning, the palace that once resounded with laughter and light now exuded an eerie silence, a silence that spoke of lost innocence and the slow encroachment of shadow upon a once vibrant soul. Snow White, once the very picture of playful radiance, now moved through the corridors like a whisper, her delicate beauty gradually fading under the weight of a destiny not of her choosing. In the lush gardens where she once frolicked among the vibrant blossoms and chased the gentle dance of butterflies, the light had dimmed. The bird song that had once heralded her joyous laughter was replaced by a hushed melancholy, as if nature itself mourned the loss of its most cherished muse. The vibrant colors of the roses and lilies seemed muted, their hues washed out by an oppressive gloom that crept silently over the kingdom. Every petal, every leaf, appeared to carry the burden of a sorrow too deep for words. Inside the palace, the transformation was even more palpable. Snow White's days of innocent wonder had been supplanted by an unspoken loneliness. Once surrounded by devoted attendants who adored her with unwavering tenderness, she now found herself increasingly isolated in the vast, cold expanses of her home. The attentive smiles and gentle caresses of her caregivers had begun to wane, replaced by the indifferent routine of a court ruled by ambition and cunning. The corridors, which echoed with the memories of laughter and whispered secrets of dreams, had turned into corridors of quiet despair, where even the softest footsteps seemed to carry the weight of inevitability. The new queen's presence, with her calculated elegance and icy resolve, cast a long shadow over the princess's world. Where Snow White had once been the heart of the kingdom's hope, her light was now dimmed by the relentless ambition of a ruler whose motives were as opaque as the midnight sky. The queen's subtle machinations, her whispered commands, the cold glances exchanged among the servants, the unspoken rules that tightened the noose of conformity, had slowly eroded the warmth that had defined the princess's early years. With every passing day, Snow White's bright eyes grew more distant, as if they were trying to hold back a tide of despair that threatened to overwhelm her. At times, one could see her standing by the grand windows, gazing out at the kingdom with a haunted look that belied her tender age. In those moments, the light from the setting sun would cast long, sorrowful shadows across her porcelain face, accentuating the fine lines of worry that had begun to mark her once immaculate features. Her laughter, which had once bubbled forth with unrestrained joy, now emerged only as a soft murmur, a fragile echo of a memory too distant to grasp fully. It was as though the magic of her early days had been slowly siphoned away by the relentless march of time and the heavy hand of fate. Within the stone walls of the palace, the atmosphere was charged with a quiet tension, a delicate interplay between hope and resignation. The once celebratory tapestries that adorned the halls seemed to sag with the weight of unfulfilled promises, and the gentle murmur of conversation among the courtiers carried a note of caution, as if every word was measured against an unseen ledger of loyalty and loss. In the dim light of the evening, as the ancient chandeliers cast their wavering glow over the marble floors, one could almost hear the whispered sighs of the past, a lament for the innocence that had been sacrificed at the altar of power. Snow White's inner world had become a labyrinth of emotions, a quiet battle between the remnants of her youthful optimism and the encroaching darkness of solitude. Deep within her, there lingered a fragile hope, a longing for the days when the world was filled with wonder, and every sunrise promised a new beginning. But that hope was now tempered by the bitter taste of reality, a reality in which the love and care of those around her had been supplanted by the cold, calculated ambitions of a ruler who cared little for the fragile heart of a child. As the night drew its velvet curtain across the sky, the palace became a place of introspection and quiet mourning. Snow White, enveloped in a cocoon of silken shadows, would retreat to her small, private chamber, a sanctuary where she could momentarily escape the relentless gaze of destiny. There, under the watchful eye of the stars, she would trace the contours of her dreams on the surface of an old, worn diary, each word a silent plea for the return of a world that had once been so full of light. In this tender solitude, the princess's soul revealed its true complexity, a delicate balance between the brilliance of her past and the encroaching darkness of her present. The palace, once a cradle of hope and wonder, had become a silent testament to the price of power and ambition. And as the night deepened, so too did the mystery of Snow White's fading innocence, a mystery that lingered in every whispered breath, every forlorn glance, and every quiet tear shed in the hidden corners of her heart. Under the cloak of a moonless night, the palace transformed into a stage for a sinister drama that would forever alter the course of destiny. In a secluded chamber draped with shadows, the new queen, with her icy composure and malevolent ambition, began to weave a plan as dark as the ink spilled on forbidden scrolls. Her voice, smooth yet seething with concealed malice, echoed through the cold marble halls as she issued the command that would shatter the fragile serenity of the kingdom. Snow White must be cast out, banished from the only home that had ever offered her a glimmer of hope. The queen's proclamation was not delivered in the form of a mere decree. It was an incantation of cruelty. With calculated precision, she summoned her most trusted aides, their faces masked in forced loyalty, and outlined the intricacies of her plot. Each word was laced with a venom that betrayed no hint of remorse, as she detailed how the young princess would be led away from the sanctuary of the palace. The language of her command was sharp and unyielding, a stark contrast to the gentle lullabies that had once filled the corridors where Snow White had played. Now, those very corridors would bear witness to betrayal and the icy touch of treachery. Using her mastery of the dark arts, the queen enchanted a cadre of servants with subtle spells, ensuring their hearts would align with her malevolent purpose. In hushed tones, they began to spread rumors and weave a web of deceit around the unsuspecting princess. Elaborate charms were cast upon the palace gates, rendering them symbols of a new regime, a barrier between the innocence of the past and the harsh reality the queen intended to impose. Every enchanted word, every whispered spell, was a calculated step towards severing the bonds that tied Snow White to the realm of light and hope. For Snow White, the night of betrayal arrived without warning. The air, heavy with foreboding, carried a chill that seemed to seep into her very soul. Awakening from a restless sleep, she found herself surrounded by an unsettling stillness. The gentle, familiar faces of her caretakers were replaced by eyes filled with sorrow and trepidation. Confusion and dread mingled in her heart as she listened to the murmurs that grew into a tide of despair, murmurs that spoke of a fate far grimmer than any nightmare she had ever dared imagine. The queen, resplendent in her dark regalia, stood before the gathered court with a cold, unwavering stare. In a voice that brooked no opposition, she recounted tales of old, stories of power, destiny, and the sacrifices necessary for the prosperity of the realm. Yet beneath the veneer of regal eloquence, there pulsed a stark message. Snow White was the threat to her reign, an anomaly that must be removed. As the queen's words cascaded like sharpened daggers, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew oppressively heavy. The opulence of the surroundings now served as a macabre backdrop to the unfolding tragedy. a tragic theater where every silken drape and gilded ornament bore silent witness to the impending calamity. Snow White, standing at the heart of this unfolding nightmare, felt the weight of betrayal like an icy hand on her chest. Her luminous eyes, once sparkling with dreams of a gentle future, now shimmered with tears of disbelief and profound sorrow. The realization that the sanctuary she had known was crumbling around her was unbearable. Every step she had taken since her birth, every tender memory woven into the fabric of her childhood, was being unraveled by the cruel machinations of the Queen. Her heart, fragile and pure, shattered into countless shards of sorrow, each reflecting the betrayal of those she had once trusted. As the Queen's decree resonated through the hall, the palace itself seemed to mourn the loss of innocence. The once vibrant tapestries and warm, inviting chambers now appeared cold and indifferent, a stark mirror to the emptiness that threatened to engulf Snow White. In a heart-wrenching moment, the princess was led away by servants whose eyes betrayed a deep-seated regret, even as they performed their roles with mechanical precision. Every tear that slid down her porcelain cheeks was a silent testament to the anguish of a soul betrayed, a tender spirit cast adrift in a vast, unforgiving world. Outside, the chill of the night mirrored the desolation within her. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, lit only by the pale glow of distant stars that offered little comfort. Each step she took away from the only home she had ever known was a painful echo of lost dreams and the cruel severing of ties that once bound her to a realm of warmth and wonder. As she disappeared into the desolate landscape, the palace behind her stood as a monument to a fractured past, a bittersweet relic of a time when hope still flickered in the hearts of those who dwelled within. In that agonizing moment of separation, the seeds of a new, perilous journey were sown. Snow White's exile was not merely a punishment. It was the opening chapter of a destiny filled with hardship, mystery, and the faint promise of eventual redemption. The echoes of her cries mingled with the silent lament of the night, creating a haunting symphony of loss and defiance, a prelude to the epic struggle that would define her fate. Thus, in the shadow of the Queen's ruthless ambition, a tale of betrayal and unyielding sorrow began to take shape. A tale that would challenge the very essence of love, hope, and the strength to rise above the darkness. Deep within the embrace of the night, Snow White found herself adrift in a realm untouched by time, a vast enchanted forest where every rustle of leaves and whisper of the wind carried secrets of old. The moment she stepped beyond the cold stone walls of the palace, the familiar warmth of home was replaced by a wild, uncharted wilderness that both beckoned and warned. The forest, alive with a luminous glow and shadowed mysteries, unfolded before her like a living tapestry, its beauty and peril intertwined in an eternal dance. Towering trees, ancient and majestic, stretched their gnarled branches high into a starlit sky. Their leaves shimmered with an ethereal radiance, as if kissed by moonbeams, while the ground below was carpeted with soft moss and delicate wildflowers that glowed faintly in the darkness. Yet, beneath this serene beauty, a palpable sense of danger lurked. The occasional snap of a twig or the distant cry of an unseen creature sent shivers down her spine. A stark reminder that nature here was as unpredictable as it was enchanting. As Snow White journeyed deeper into the forest, the sounds of civilization faded into a symphony of nocturnal life. The rustling of the underbrush mingled with the soft, haunting calls of night birds and the murmur of a hidden stream weaving its way through the trees. Every sound, whether the gentle murmur of water or the low growl of a distant animal, resonated within her, amplifying her solitude. With each step, she felt both a thrill of discovery and the weight of isolation, a poignant contrast that underscored her vulnerability in this untamed expanse. The forest's pathways were not clearly marked, winding erratically through clusters of ancient ferns and twisted briars. At times, the path would open into a small clearing bathed in silvery light, where the delicate fragrance of nocturnal blossoms lifted her spirits momentarily, filling her with a fleeting sense of hope. In these rare, magical interludes, she would pause to marvel at the interplay of light and shadow, each beam of moonlight revealing intricate details, a spider's web glistening with dew, or the luminous petals of a rare flower that seemed to pulse with its own inner life. Yet, such moments of beauty were always tempered by an overwhelming sense of loneliness. The forest, for all its splendor, felt like an endless labyrinth designed to challenge her very spirit. Every rustle of leaves and whispering wind seemed to echo the silent question. Would she ever find her way back to the warmth of her former life? The interplay of fear and hope became a constant companion as she pressed onward. At times, the forest appeared to close in around her, its shadows growing deeper and more impenetrable, leaving her feeling both lost and exposed. In these moments, her heart pounded in her chest, a steady rhythm of anxiety mingled with a defiant spark of determination. Despite the pervasive darkness, there were subtle signs that the forest was not entirely hostile. A gentle deer, its eyes, reflecting the moon's soft glow, would sometimes appear at the edge of her vision before vanishing silently into the foliage. The soft hum of unseen insects and the rhythmic tapping of a woodpecker provided a strangely comforting backdrop, as if the forest itself was breathing, watching over her. In these instances, the natural world seemed to offer a silent promise that amid the peril there remained a possibility of renewal, of rediscovering the lost fragments of her once cherished innocence. Guided by an inner resolve she scarcely understood, Snow White began to perceive the forest not only as a place of physical trials, but also as a mirror reflecting the tumult of her inner world. Each gnarled tree and tangled vine symbolized the obstacles in her own heart, a past marred by betrayal, loss, and the slow extinguishing of hope. Yet, with every tentative step, she rediscovered fragments of herself that had long lain dormant, beneath layers of sorrow. The forest, in its relentless majesty, forced her to confront both her deepest fears and her most enduring dreams. As dawn's first light threatened to break the spell of the night, the forest gradually softened into hues of gentle lavender and gold. The transformation was subtle, yet profound, a slow unveiling of beauty that followed the darkest hours. The path, once shrouded in mystery and trepidation, now revealed itself more clearly, bathed in the soft glow of early morning. In that tender light, Snow White felt a stirring within her, a quiet affirmation that even in the depths of solitude, there was the promise of rebirth. Though the journey had been marked by moments of heart-wrenching loneliness and palpable fear, it also offered the seeds of resilience. The forest had taught her that even in a world where light and darkness coexisted in an eternal dance, hope could be found in the smallest details. A dewdrop reflecting a prism of colors, a delicate flower, pushing its way through cracked earth, or the whispered promise of a new day. With each step forward, the enchanted forest, both beautiful and dangerous, was slowly transforming her spirit, preparing her for the trials yet to come. And so, amid the haunting melodies of nature and the gentle caress of the rising sun, Snow White continued her solitary journey through the magical wilderness. A journey that, with all its trials, held the potential to lead her to a destiny greater than she could ever have imagined. After what felt like an eternity of wandering through the dense, enchanted forest, Snow White's weary steps finally brought her to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of a rising sun. In the midst of the verdant expanse stood a small ancient cottage that seemed almost to breathe with the warmth of forgotten memories. Its weathered wooden walls and moss-covered roof gave it an unmistakable charm, a testament to a time when simplicity was cherished, and every stone told a story of hope. As she approached, the gentle creaking of the old door and the faint light spilling from the windows welcomed her like the embrace of a long-lost friend. Inside, the cottage was a world apart from the cold and harsh wilderness that had been her only companion for so long. The interior was modest yet meticulously cared for, a sanctuary of rustic comfort, A low, crackling fire danced in a stone hearth, sending playful shadows across walls adorned with simple, hand-painted murals depicting the beauty of nature. The air carried the rich, comforting aroma of herbs and freshly baked bread, a scent that instantly stirred memories of a warmth and belonging she had not known since the days of her lost innocence. As Snow White hesitantly stepped over the threshold, she was met by a chorus of gentle voices and curious eyes. Before her stood 7 diminutive figures, each with a kind expression and a cautious yet unmistakably welcoming demeanor. The 7 dwarfs, their clothing as humble and varied as the maul, tools they once used in the mines and woods, gathered around her with open arms and hopeful smiles. Their eyes, filled with genuine concern, told a story of lives spent in quiet solitude and shared camaraderie, a stark contrast to the cold, calculated world she'd just escaped. In that moment, as the dwarfs exchanged warm greetings and softly chided her for her obvious fatigue, a wave of relief washed over Snow White. Their genuine kindness, untainted by the ambition and cruelty that had marred her previous life, offered her something she had long forgotten: a sense of belonging. One of the dwarfs, the eldest with silver threads woven into his unruly hair, stepped forward and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You are safe here," he murmured, his voice echoing with the wisdom of many quiet years. "Our home is humble, but it is filled with warmth and love. Rest, dear child. We will take care of you." Over the following days, Snow White found solace in the simple rhythms of life within the dwarf's cottage. The once overwhelming burden of solitude and betrayal began to ease as she adapted to the gentle routines and small, everyday miracles that defined her new home. Mornings were greeted with the soft chirps of birds outside the wooden window frames, and each day unfolded with the steady cadence of shared meals, laughter, and quiet moments of reflection. The dwarfs, though few in number, became her family, each one contributing to a harmonious life that was built on mutual care and understanding. Within the cozy confines of the cottage, every corner spoke of both survival and celebration. A small table in the corner, scarred by years of use yet polished by loving hands, became the gathering place for hearty breakfasts and whispered confidences. A well-worn quilt, draped over a simple bed in a modest room, offered not only comfort from the chill of the outside world, but also the promise of dreams yet to be realized. And in the heart of the home, the flickering fire in the hearth became a symbol of the enduring warmth that could still be found, even after the bitter frost of betrayal. Snow White's days slowly transformed from moments of desolation into a gentle rediscovery of life's simpler joys. As she learned the art of daily chores from the dwarfs, the careful tending of a small vegetable garden, the meticulous mending of tattered garments, even the light-hearted banter during meal preparations, she began to see that there was beauty in humility. Each act of kindness, whether it was the dwarf's small, affectionate gestures or the shared laughter over an evening meal, knit together the frayed edges of her heart. Yet, beneath the surface of this newfound sanctuary, Snow White sensed an undercurrent of hope that was both fragile and exhilarating. The loss of her old world, marred by cruelty and ambition, had given way to a promise of renewal, a chance to rebuild not just her life, but also her spirit. In the gentle eyes of the dwarfs, she found a reflection of her own hidden strength, a quiet determination that whispered softly, "You will rise again." It was in these moments of tender connection that she began to believe in the possibility of a future filled with not only safety and care, but also the potential for new adventures and unexpected joys. In the soft light of dusk, as the stars began to twinkle above the modest cottage, Snow White would often sit by the window and gaze out at the endless tapestry of the forest. The silhouettes of ancient trees and the gentle glow of fireflies painted a picture of a world both mysterious and nurturing, a world where, despite the harsh trials of fate, beauty and compassion still thrived. In that quiet contemplation, the promise of a fresh beginning, of a life unburdened by the past, shone as brightly as the first light of dawn. Thus, in the humble sanctuary of the dwarf's abode, Snow White embarked on the first steps of a journey toward healing and rediscovery. A journey that promised not only refuge from the storms of her former life, but also the blossoming of hope, love, and a future replete with gentle miracles. In the gentle rhythm of each passing day, a new life began to unfurl for Snow White, a life nurtured by the loving care of her newfound family, the Seven Dwarfs. Within the humble walls of the little cottage, where every corner whispered of shared hardships and quiet joys, the princess discovered the tender art of healing. Each morning, as soft sunlight filtered through the time-worn windows, Snow White awoke to the gentle murmur of her companions and the subtle aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the small kitchen. It was here, amid the simplicity of daily chores and the warm, heartfelt laughter of her little family, that she started to rediscover her own strength. The days passed in a delightful tapestry of small rituals and cherished routines. Together, with the dwarfs, she learned the importance of every task. Even the most mundane ones held the promise of renewal. In the early hours, she would help gather wood for the fire, her delicate hands learning to handle the coarse logs under the careful guidance of one of the older dwarfs, whose weathered smile spoke of years spent tending not only to the hearth, but to the hearts of those around him. Over time, as the flames danced merrily in the stone hearth, Snow White found solace in the simple act of stoking the fire, each flicker and spark a reminder that even in darkness, light could be kindled anew. Mealtimes became a cherished ritual, where laughter mingled with the clinking of utensils, and soft shared conversations filled the room. The dwarves would sit around the old, scarred wooden table, sharing tales of their own humble beginnings, and the lessons learned from a life steeped in both joy and sorrow. Snow White listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder as each story unfolded, instilling in her a quiet determination to build her own future from the fragments of her past. With every hearty laugh and every thoughtful pause, she began to understand the value of unity and how the warmth of genuine connection could mend even the deepest wounds. In the garden, which bordered the cottage like a living, breathing extension of their family home, Snow White discovered the magic of nurturing life. With the dwarfs by her side, she planted tiny seeds in the soft earth, watching as they slowly pushed through the soil in a determined bid for the sun. Here, among the budding wildflowers and the modest vegetables, she learned that growth often began with patience and care. As she tended to the garden, watering, weeding, and gently coaxing life from the earth, she came to appreciate the parallels between nature's persistence and her own journey toward recovery. The garden, with its humble vibrancy, became a sanctuary where hope sprouted in even the smallest blossoms. Quiet moments of introspection also punctuated her days. In the calm of the early evening, when the world outside was bathed in the soft hues of twilight, Snow White would find a quiet corner near the window. There, she reflected on her past and envisioned a future bright with promise. These moments of solitude were no longer filled with loneliness, but rather with a sense of inner growth. The gentle murmur of the wind and the distant chirping of crickets provided a soothing backdrop to her thoughts. In that reflective solitude, she began to understand that the true strength of one's spirit often lay in the ability to embrace change and to find beauty in the journey, not just the destination. Her transformation was evident not only in the tasks she mastered, but also in the subtle shift of her demeanor. Gone was the fragile, isolated girl haunted by betrayal. In her place stood a young woman whose eyes held a quiet confidence and whose smile now carried the gentle radiance of someone who had reclaimed her own worth. The daily interactions with her caring companions, whether it was a playful exchange during a game of hide-and-seek among the cottage's modest rooms, or the tender advice shared over a steaming cup of herbal tea, nurtured her into someone who valued resilience and the simple joys of life. The dwarfs, too, played their part in this delicate rebirth. Each, in their own way, became both teacher and friend. One would demonstrate how to fix a broken piece of furniture with surprising ingenuity, while another would recount ancient folk tales that carried timeless wisdom. Their humble lives, marked by hard work and quiet endurance, became a mirror in which Snow White saw the reflection of her own strength, a strength that was born not out of grand gestures or dramatic heroics, but from the steady accumulation of kindness, perseverance, and shared human connection. In this newfound life, the boundaries between caregiver and friend blurred into a warm tapestry of mutual support. The cottage, with its worn wooden floors and lovingly patched curtains, evolved into a haven where each heart beat in unison, sharing the simple, profound truth that together they could overcome even the darkest chapters of the past. Snow White's once broken spirit was mending, piece by gentle piece, as the comforting cadence of everyday life replaced the echoes of her earlier despair. And so, beneath the tender glow of lanterns and amidst the soft whispers of the night, Snow White embraced her new world. Here, in the loving company of the dwarfs, she found not only refuge from the cruelty that had once marred her existence, but also the fertile ground for a future defined by hope, resilience, and the enduring power of genuine connection. Every shared smile, every task completed in unison, became a quiet promise that her story was only beginning, a story where love, laughter, and the beauty of life would shine through, even after the darkest of storms. The tranquility of the dwarfs' cottage was shattered one fateful evening as an unsettling chill crept through the forest. In the dying light of dusk, an eerie figure emerged on the winding path, a figure whose presence brought with it the dark echoes of a long-forgotten treachery. It was the new queen, but not as she had appeared before. This time, she cloaked her true identity behind multiple disguises, each more beguiling and insidious than the last, as she set her sights on reclaiming the life that had slipped through her grasp. At first, she appeared as a humble peddler, her appearance starkly contrasting the lavish elegance she once embodied. Dressed in tattered garments and bearing a small, weathered cart filled with trinkets and curious baubles, she moved with a deceptive ease along the forest trail. The disguise was immaculate. Her eyes, though hidden beneath a worn hood, still sparkled with that familiar, dangerous glint, a silent testament to her cunning nature. Approaching the cottage, she called out softly to the weary traveler, her voice a gentle murmur that belied the venom behind her words. Inside, Snow White was tending to the garden, her spirit buoyed by the peaceful routine that had gradually mended the cracks of her broken heart. The unexpected knock on the door startled her, and with cautious curiosity, she opened it to find the peddler offering a collection of enchanting trinkets. The peddler's cart was laden with objects that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly glow. A small, intricately carved mirror that shimmered with a subtle, magical light, delicate charms suspended from thin chains, and a tiny, ornate box that promised secrets beyond mortal ken. Though Snow White's intuition whispered caution, her heart, wounded by loss yet yearning for connection, felt an inexplicable pull toward these mysterious items. The peddler's words, laced with a peculiar mixture of kindness and sly persuasion, painted tales of wonders and fortunes awaiting those brave enough to embrace destiny. Reluctantly, yet undeniably intrigued, Snow White accepted a small, luminescent charm from the peddler's outstretched hand. In that moment, the gentle glow of the charm illuminated her face, juxtaposing her innocent features with the burgeoning storm of fate that was gathering just beyond the horizon. But the peddler was only the first guise. As the days passed, the dark web of the Queen's conspiracy began to thicken. One misty morning, as the dew still clung to the petals in the garden, Snow White encountered an elderly woman near the cottage's edge. Her hair was a cascade of silvery threads, and her wrinkled face bore the marks of both suffering and wisdom. Clad in a modest shawl and draped in the air of gentle sympathy, the woman approached with soft, measured steps. To Snow White, still, learning the fragile language of trust in this new world, The old woman appeared to be nothing more than a kindly stranger, one who might offer solace and guidance. The elderly woman carried with her an aura of ancient mysticism. In her hands, she held a weathered, leather-bound book filled with cryptic symbols and forgotten lore. She spoke in hushed tones about the healing power of knowledge and the magic of rebirth, her words weaving an enchanting spell that seemed to ease the lingering aches of Snow White's past. With each carefully chosen phrase, the old woman coaxed Snow White deeper into a state of vulnerability, an openness that, though nurtured by the desire for wisdom, left her susceptible to unseen dangers. Even as Snow White listened, a subtle tension pulsed beneath the surface, a dissonant note that resonated with the deep, omnipresent power of the forest. The contrast between the gentle light of her newfound family's sanctuary and the creeping darkness of these encounters became increasingly stark. The trinkets, the enigmatic tales, and the old woman's soft incantations were not born of pure benevolence, but were woven by the queen's devious hand. Each disguise, each carefully orchestrated encounter, was designed to lure Snow White away from the haven of the dwarf's cottage, to shatter the fragile peace she had built. As the duel, manifestations of the queen's malevolence repeated their subtle intrusions, Snow White began to sense the shadows closing in. A creeping unease filled her heart, a whisper of doubt that questioned the true nature of these seemingly benign strangers. The charm she had received from the peddler, once a symbol of hope, now pulsed with an eerie, unsettling energy when she touched it in solitude. The old woman's cryptic teachings, though laced with beauty and wisdom, carried a latent chill that made her skin prickle in the silent hours of the night. In the depths of her heart, Snow White felt the stirrings of a betrayal too familiar, a dark echo of the sorrow that had once driven her away from the palace. As she grappled with these conflicting emotions, the forest itself seemed to whisper warnings. The wind carried murmurs of ancient secrets, and the rustle of leaves sounded like soft, urgent pleas. Every shadow in the dim light, every fleeting glance of reflection in the enchanted trinkets, hinted at the queen's relentless pursuit, a pursuit that threatened to engulf Snow White in a web of deception and sorrow. The dichotomy of light and darkness became the very stage upon which fate was to be decided. In the midst of her internal struggle, Snow White's innate resilience began to stir. The whispers of her heart, echoing the gentle lessons learned from the dwarfs and the solace of the natural world, urged her to look beyond the alluring facades of these strangers. Though the queen's magic had already begun to weave its dark tapestry around her, the spark of hope, kindled in the light of the dwarf's unconditional love, remained a stubborn, brilliant flame within her soul. Thus, as the enchantments of the peddler and the old woman grew ever more insidious, Snow White stood at the precipice of a critical choice. The path before her bifurcated into the familiar warmth of her new home and the perilous allure of the queen's treacherous designs. In that heart-stopping moment, the stage was set for a confrontation that would test her very spirit, a battle between the seductive darkness of manipulated magic and the enduring power of genuine light. The forest, the cottage, and the very essence of destiny seemed to hold their breath, awaiting the moment when Snow White would decide which side of her divided world she would ultimately embrace. The night was at its darkest when destiny descended upon Snow White with a force so relentless it threatened to shatter her very soul. The enchanted trinkets, the seemingly innocuous gifts from the disguised emissaries of the queen, revealed their true nature in a single devastating moment. In the flickering candlelight of her modest chamber, a soft chime rang out as she unwrapped a delicate package. Inside lay a gleaming apple, its skin flawless and red like the most enticing of rubies. Beside it, a slender band of silver glinted ominously, its intricate carvings pulsing with a subtle, otherworldly glow. These were not mere tokens of kindness, but the instruments of betrayal, an insidious gift devised to ensnare her, to seal her fate. At first, the allure of the apple was irresistible. Its sheen seemed to promise not just nourishment, but a mysterious, almost magical delight. A gentle melody, as if summoned from the very ether, filled the room. A background score of fateful strings and haunting choirs that hinted at the gravity of the moment. As Snow White reached for the fruit, the melody swelled, heightening the tension until it became nearly unbearable. She hesitated, a flicker of doubt passing through her eyes. But the allure proved too strong. With a trembling hand, she bit into the apple. In that instant, her eyes widened in shock as a cold, paralyzing chill swept through her body. Outside, the dwarfs who had become her steadfast guardians sensed the disturbance immediately. Their cheerful voices fell silent as an eerie stillness replaced the usual warmth of their home. They rushed to her chamber, hearts pounding with dread and disbelief. One by one, they gathered around her, their faces etched with worry. Their voices, usually filled with gentle mirth, now trembled with urgent concern as they attempted to rouse her, to reverse the curse that had taken hold. In the midst of the chaos, a figure emerged from the shadows, a figure whose presence sent a shiver down the spines of all who beheld him. The handsome prince, whose quiet love for Snow White had blossomed during her time with the dwarfs, burst into the room. His eyes, filled with a mix of fierce determination and tender desperation, locked onto Snow White's pale, motionless form. In that moment, the room transformed into a battlefield between light and darkness. The prince knelt beside her, his hands shaking as he gently cradled her head. "Is this fate?" he whispered, his voice breaking under the weight of his anguish. "Is this the destiny we must endure?" His question hung in the air as the haunting melody swelled to a crescendo, intensifying the drama of the scene. As if on cue, the cursed enchantments began to unravel around them. The apple's poison, crafted by the queen's dark magic, crept through Snow White's veins, drawing her deeper into a death-like stupor. The dwarfs, their faces contorted with grief and helplessness, exchanged pained glances. They recalled the joyful days filled with shared laughter and simple pleasures, the warmth of breakfast around the wooden table, the tender care with which they had nurtured her fragile spirit. Now, that same love was battling against an insidious force that sought to snuff out her light forever. The atmosphere in the chamber grew electric with tension, the interplay of shadows and soft flickering candlelight creating a cinematic tableau of despair and defiance. The prince, with his heart pounding like a war drum, summoned all the courage he could muster. He whispered words of love and hope, invoking ancient incantations learned from tales of old, hoping to break the dark spell that had been cast upon her. His voice, resonant and impassioned, cut through the oppressive silence. "Snow White, my love, you are not destined to fade away into darkness," he pleaded, his eyes searching hers for a spark of life, a sign that she could still be saved. In that critical moment, as the enchantment tightened its grip, an unexpected surge of inner strength emanated from Snow White. Her face, once expressionless, began to show subtle signs of resistance. A faint flutter of her eyelashes, a slight tremor in her hand reaching out for the prince. It was as if, deep within her, the purity of her soul fought valiantly against the corrupting poison. The dwarfs gathered around in a protective circle, their voices joining in a desperate, unified plea for mercy and deliverance. Time seemed to slow as the struggle between the light of hope and the encroaching darkness played out in silent, heart-wrenching detail. The enchanted apple's sinister glow battled with the gentle radiance of the prince's love, a luminous force that pulsed in rhythm with the beating of his heart. The background music, now a symphony of soaring strings and mournful winds, underscored the epic nature of the battle being waged within that humble chamber. Yet, despite the prince's fervent efforts and the dwarf's relentless prayers, the dark magic held a potent sway over the room. The queen's malevolent design had nearly succeeded in snuffing out the life of the one they all cherished. In a final, desperate bid to restore her, the prince pressed his forehead to hers, his voice a trembling whisper. "Will you fight this fate with me? Will you let love conquer this cursed shadow? The question, fraught with both despair and unwavering hope, hung in the air, beckoning a response from the depths of Snow White's soul. As the enchanted moment reached its climax, the chamber seemed to hold its breath. In that suspended heartbeat of time, it was unclear whether the tide of darkness would prevail or if the promise of love and hope would spark a miraculous revival. The scene was a vivid, cinematic collision of light and dark, a battle not merely of magic, but of the very essence of destiny itself. The future of Snow White, and perhaps the entire kingdom, rested on the outcome of this poignant confrontation between love's enduring flame and the insidious whisper of a cursed fate. Under a radiant sky bursting with hues of gold and cerulean, the final chapter of Snow White's arduous journey unfolded in a celebration that seemed to merge the magic of a fairy tale with the timeless promise of true love. In the grand courtyard of a newly restored palace, its marble columns glistening like polished stars and its arches adorned with vibrant flowering vines, a magnificent wedding was being held. This was not merely a union of two souls, but the triumph of goodness over the darkness that once sought to extinguish the light of a pure heart. As guests arrived, they were greeted by the harmonious sounds of a live orchestra whose instruments played a stirring, triumphant melody. The notes of violins and flutes intertwined with the gentle murmur of joyful conversations, creating an atmosphere that was both festive and profoundly serene. The grand archway, bedecked with blossoms of every color, stood as a symbolic threshold between the past sorrows and a future bathed in hope and love. Snow White, radiant in a gown of soft, shimmering silk that captured the delicate interplay of light and shadow, walked gracefully down the aisle. Her dress, adorned with intricate lace and subtle embroidery, whispered tales of resilience and renewal. Every step she took was a testament to her journey, a journey marked by trials, heartbreak, and ultimately, the indomitable strength of her spirit. Her eyes, alight with the warmth of regained joy, met the adoring gazes of those gathered. In every smile, in every tear of happiness, there was a silent acknowledgement of the battles she had overcome. At the end of the aisle stood the prince, a figure of quiet dignity and unwavering love. Dressed in regal attire that perfectly complemented his gentle yet resolute demeanor, he awaited Snow White with an outstretched hand and a heart overflowing with gratitude. Their eyes locked in a moment of transcendent understanding, as if the universe itself had conspired to bring them together. It was a silent vow, shared between two souls, that love would always prevail against the odds. The ceremony, conducted by a wise elder whose words carried the weight of ancient truths and modern hope, was a moving blend of tradition and heartfelt sincerity. As the minister spoke of unity, trust, and the beauty of embracing both light and darkness in one's journey, every word resonated deeply with the assembled guests. The dwarfs, who had once been Snow White's steadfast guardians and dear friends, stood proudly by her side, their eyes glistening with joy and relief. Their humble lives had played an essential part in nurturing her spirit, and in that moment, they too celebrated the victory of compassion over cruelty. As the vows were exchanged, the gentle rustling of the breeze mingled with soft applause from the crowd. Snow White and the prince promised to cherish and protect each other, to honor the past that had forged their strength, and to nurture a love that would be as enduring as the ancient trees surrounding the palace. With every heartfelt promise, the magic of the day grew stronger, a luminous force that swept away lingering traces of the darkness that had once threatened to engulf them. In the moments that followed, the celebration transformed into a vibrant tapestry of dance, music, and shared laughter. The palace gardens became a playground of joy, where the newlyweds led a spirited dance under twinkling lights strung across flowering boughs. The dwarfs joined in with playful enthusiasm, their merry voices blending with the strains of the orchestra to create a symphony of delight. Even the natural world seemed to partake in the jubilation. The gentle murmur of a nearby brook and the rustle of leaves in the evening wind echoed the sentiment that love, in its purest form, was a force of nature, uncontainable, resilient, and endlessly renewing. Between moments of exuberant celebration, quiet whispers of gratitude and reflections on life's precious fragility were shared among the guests. Elderly relatives recounted old stories of hope and perseverance, while younger hearts, inspired by the radiance of Snow White's smile, pledged to carry forward the legacy of kindness and unity. These interludes were not merely fleeting pauses in the revelry, but profound reminders that every trial, every tear shed in the darkness, was a stepping stone towards a brighter, more compassionate future. As the night deepened, the soft glow of lanterns cast a warm, ethereal light over the proceedings. The Prince and Snow White, now united not only in love, but in the shared promise of a future built on mutual respect and unwavering hope, looked into each other's eyes with the certainty that they had found a rare and unbreakable bond. Their union was celebrated not just as the merging of two lives, but as the definitive triumph of love over hatred, of light prevailing against the encroaching shadows. In the final moments of the celebration, as the guests slowly dispersed into the serene night, a gentle calm settled over the palace. The lingering notes of the orchestra faded into a peaceful silence, and the stars above seemed to twinkle in quiet approval. Amidst the soft whispers of the night, one could almost hear the echo of an ancient promise. That love, when nurtured, with care and belief, could transcend even the darkest of destinies. Thus, the grand wedding of Snow White and her beloved prince marked not only the conclusion of a long, arduous journey, but also the beginning of an eternal legacy, one where compassion, resilience, and the indomitable power of love would forever shine as beacons of hope for generations to come.